Alright, we're going to do some open world missions here. We have a lot of crazy contraptions here and such to give you a scope of where the open world is at the moment. So we're going to go do some open mission stuffs. Just load it in there, yeah. Getting cash easy. Alright. Sounds good. Alright. And give it a general area there, yeah. Sounds good. We made some more bridges last time. This one's right at the level of the water, so that's interesting. See smoke? Good. Food's good. Lag is good. Some stone and iron. Don't really need the stone, but we'll take the iron. Plenty of stone. Take a peek up here. Water wheel still going. And there's speckles. Girl still turning. Awesome. That binoculars so much nicer. Superstorm coming through. Get like little bridges off of the little island too. But most of that you can just jump. They're good. A little cache or cache things there are really pretty easy. But iron we will definitely take. That's a dope. An easy one. Scan hard, mining medium. We'll do the scan hard. And take certain materials. Oh, where's our big blocks? Bunny should be fine. We need to find our big blocks. Oh. Might be back here. Looking for the cement blocks, basically. Oh. Oh. Yep. Oh, that's right. We had used a couple of them. I had a box in a drill. That was nice. Rebar. Come on, select the cabinet, please. Love your enthusiasm to stand on the cement mixer. Need some screws. Gotcha. Oh, gotcha. Need some machined screws. Miscellaneous here. Screws, yeah. Unscrews, yeah. Just want to make a couple more. So 8, 9 would basically be the floor. I make it the floor and then put the hedgehogs on top. Just added benefit, you know. Then I put fence one on top of where the radar goes to also trying to get the right wording to block in the radar to protect it as well to stand on top of it. That. So yeah. Put that down there. Put that down there. Yeah, hedgehogs. That do that. Screws. That. There. Would be nice if they realize where I have it in the hot bar, but no. Alright, so pick up the radar beacon for with heavy. What else? It's really much. It'd be nice if we just had like a regular food slot. That'd be pretty cool. Got flashlight, G-spot. Ladies love that. Chrissy love it. They have default. Alright, so hey, scan spot's over there. I see it. Having the Nevis pickaxe reduces your overencumbrance penalty by 50%. I also have the talent of 25% less overencumbrance penalty. There's that. Storm is loud. You're on a hill. Okay, let's get rid of some of this for right now. Again, we're doing open world missions. Just like to clear out a little bit of a brush just so I can see stuffs. Animals coming, whatnot. Kind of helps. Okay. Yes, I do play on controller. It's more comfy for me. Not superly centered, but that'll be better. Okay, seems good. Some places you can't really put 9 of them down, and you don't have to do this. Just what I do. I do it for one main reason, is it's a lot easier to pick up the hedgehogs afterwards. I didn't need 6 ramps either. Alright, so evidently they're going to be coming in pretty hot there. Interesting. Haven't really had any by the hills yet. Don't really need hedgehogs, but it is nice. And yes, you can get them inside the block, basically. So we're not getting a nice firm spot to let this down, so that's nice. Alright. Pick this one up. You have 2 more. We'll just do that. Take it. Some close is good. There's a nice little autosave pause there. Just keep pressing buttons, you're not doing anything. Get that guy out of there. Change the direction of this one. But then again, I guess that's fine. If you're so indecisive, dude, just fucking put it down there, dude. Much. 10 left, that's not bad. Just wondering. Backing into my own hedgehogs. I don't know which way they're going to come from, but that should help out. 7 left? Wow. And a lot of times you can't get up on stuff, so it's that. Whoops. There. Quite a far reach, very nice. And as soon as you put the radar down, it starts scanning, so that's why I haven't put it down yet. Cool. And actually, this one kind of helps. Don't really need the ramps. Ramped wash. Z2, so just gonna place it anywhere. Alright. Now, before we get going, put the food back in here. Slap on some food. Put the radar down. Well, you get that in there. Awesome. Now, get that out of there. And I get your gun ready. The other gun. Customer one. Here it goes. Let's start knock down some good trees and all that. Ah, that missed. Mouse goes a little faster than what I wish, so probably have to turn that down some. They're going, baby. Oh no, you don't. Put that tree up. That doesn't help when you hit the tree. Usually about 80%, you'll see a bear come. Just be prepared for that. Beautiful. Oh, there's bear. Yep, reload time. That's nice. There you go, autosave. 5 minutes would be just fine. Grab at your shotgun. Yeah, yeah. Throw my shit here. Right through it. Alright, that's what I like. That's very nice. Without hurting anything and all that good stuff. Better run, buddy. Enjoy the slaughter. The wolf face. Okay. Done with that. Get your radar, because you have to make sure this stays, or at least gets repaired back to 2000 durability. Right over there. Alright. Lots of durability with the concrete, obviously. And I almost don't need the hedgehogs, but every bit helps. Alright, now make sure things are repaired before you break them down. It's nicer if you can get the hedgehogs repaired as well. Really came from up there, so that was kind of nice. And now, the fun part is why I try to put the hedgehogs on these. Mainly because it's much easier to pick them up. Much, much easier. A lot faster, too. Not too concerned about the animal carcasses at the moment. Fly. Alright. Now we can pick these up. Yeah, it takes 4 seconds to pick one up. I know, it's super long. It's so terrible. But you have 20 of them and 4 seconds apiece, yeah. That adds up. Like, ooh, it's almost a minute and a half. Oh no. And we're done. Okay. Now we're overweight. We were before, so. Usually you just need one ramp with you. We'll take that. Out of bone there. 60 bone total, alright. You have nothing that needs fur. I'd assume on hard for the scan that you would have like 2, maybe 3 barriers, but it's not. Got a rogue deer as well. Savage pack hunter. Oh, that's that. Okay. I was wondering, like, why does it say that for the deer? I just hovered over on the wolf when I was skinning. Gotcha. That makes sense. You don't have to break up each one after you skin it. It's just what I'm doing for the moment. That's all. Alright. Nope. One more. 3 bones go into crushed bone. Crushed bone goes into epoxy. What's to go? Leather for building steps, whatnot. Did have a nice 5-hour recording for you guys on YouTube, but and here on Twitch as well. I'm recording this while streaming on Twitch, but computer locked up after being on for like 40 days. So that happens. Always use some silicone. Yeah, just regularly mined out. Yeah. What I've been doing is marking the places for where the little dudes pop up that you have to find and get the ID tags off of them. Oh, yeah, there we go. Marking the stones in what direction that they're actually at, just to see if that would help. Yeah. There we go. Nice flare. What do we have? Hunter arms, platinum weaves. It's not bad. Does need a lot of platinum for that. A good amount of copper, iron, and some stoners. Light frame attachment for the crossbow. Now, we're good on the crossbow stuff. Take the ores, don't really need the stones. That stone either. Really, we don't need that. Sounds good. Take it back. I lower the volume on Sal. Saul. Really need to hear him talk all the time. Yeah, I figured as much. You guys don't like people around you, I get it. Go back, get some sleeps. Get a door like right through here. Get a side door. 4 doors all time. Alright, so sleeps. And learned today that you can daisy chain your generators. So we've done that for the drills. Even though this one's not on, it's still kind of hooked up. This one's not hooked up, fine, but it does have a connection up here for it when need be. But basically, we have 5 drills: gold iron, copper iron, and another iron. It's nice. That's iron. All the irons. 2,000 electricity per drill, 5,000 per generator. You can't hook up. Well, from what I thought before, you could not hook up, say, more than 2. You can't hook up more than 2 to each gen because that'd be 6,000. They only produce 5,000. But you can daisy chain the generators once they go to an electricity line. But you can't daisy chain the gen from one gen to another, to another, to another. But like I'm saying, to reiterate, you can daisy chain once they get onto a line. And so we now have 10,000 worth of electricity, and we have 5 drills using 10,000 electricity. Awesome. Very, very nice. We have lights, electric composter, water pump, and crock pot off of 1. We have fridges and stove off of 1. And we also have furnace and compressor off of 1 as well. Now, yes, those could be daisy chained as well, but I've chosen not to do that, just to keep things a little simpler. Not more simple, but simpler. We wanted to add more fridges. We could. Actually, we can hook this up there, but that's 1,500. We don't use the alteration bench that much, and technically, come to think about it, just thought of this. Do bounce around, so I do apologize. Good. Smack this up into, yeah. Wonder if I can get it this way. Look a little bit cleaner. It's not too bad. That. Hook it up to the solar panel that's also running the repair bench that is new, and that's also 1,500. Sweet. Damn right, sweet. Yeah, it's pretty shitty. Oh, that's nice. It wouldn't do it that way. Go up on the roof. Trying to make it look nicer, that's all. Not trying for any awards or anything, but you know, some things would be nice if they weren't so crazy looking. See, it looks like it disappears. That's not even showing that it has power. Well, solar panel doesn't have power because it's 8:23 in the morning, usually about 9 is when it turns on. You know, no green light, no power. Sounds fine. So we did good. Sounds great. Crap plants are crapping their plants. They only use the alteration bench when it has good power in it. Again, if you want to do really nice straight lines with electricity, one could start here, there, there, person there, step on that. You could kind of do that. You get one. Yeah, looks good, even though the things are laying flat against the wall, but it's what it is. So what I did with the drills is made them all come down to one, then send it down in one instead of 3 or 4 different lines coming out, and then spidered it off up here. It's a clusterfuck, but fine. So, yeah. So far, so good, and things are running, things are doing fine. Water wheel is running 1 drill, and the water wheel puts out 2,000, and the drills take 2,000, so good win. Pretty good. So we have bug out stuffs here for missions. That's right there. Don't need all those. We only need just 1. And those, that's fine. Got some steps here. Gonna cook this up. This is our charcoal maker. Alright. T-bone. That in there. That in there. Place for anything to go in. There it goes. Now it has a spot. We can just take that out of there now. It has a bunch of spots. And oddly enough, you can use the meat as biofuel if you wish. Redo the jennies here. Also, we're using 2 gens instead of 3 now for the drills. It's very nice. So save a little bit of biofuel as well. Now the only downfall is you take one out of the mix, everything else dies because there's not enough juice for them. You know, we don't have to feed this one. And there is fuel in this one, but it's just there as needed. Now, in theory, you probably could put extras in there just so when you're changing some that, you know, like you're changing the fuel on this one, these 2 are basically running it, you know. So basically there's always a buffer. There's your battery. But we're hoping to get batteries in here. That'd be very nice. Really? Fucking nice. Not what I wanted. I want to do that. It'd be nice if they had a nice confirmation or something. Alright, so we do have more wood in here. We're gonna have to get some more sap as well. At some points. That's... There we go. Fill up the rest with sap. Footage. That's footage. Few things to take care of here. This out so we're not going super slow. Turn that on, do that, do that. Silicas, all these things. Boners, it goes. Free epoxy from bones, super nice. Alright. Sap going. Weather, don't superly need on me right now. It's good. Moss. 30. Okay. Fiber. Craft up some stickos. Reset, hello, keyboard. Okay, seems good. That out of the way as well. Oh yeah, that's full. Go. Stuffs to do here. Those don't mix, I'll take care of that. And when your tree sap and your sticks get to 100, just hit the craft. As long as there's room for everything. I mean, that's sucked. Alright. Take that out of there. Hey, shit. Why wood was in there? Okay. That should work. Savarino. Box. Sap in there. It's good. That back in there. It's fine. Else awesome. I keep forgetting after a while that I have all those extra slots. Oh, and I hit max. Fucking working. Just gotta do what you need to do, man. It's not that hard. There we go. That's a room. Nice having all the extra slots. It'd be nice if we could do something with the machines to give them more slots, because evidently there's room. And they can have scroll bar even if there isn't room. Really sweet. I mean, we have 10 crafting queues. Obviously, it's not all just for sap, but, you know. A lot of these recipes take quite a few items. It's kind of almost pointless to have 10 slots if we're limited to only 30 inventory spots there in. Filled up nice. Looks like we'll have enough room for everything, so that's good. Very, very nice. Level up, alright. Now, polish that off. That on us right now. Lots and lots of tree sap, yeah. Some epoxy as well. Epoxy stuff goes there. Basically. How's that doing? And it's done. Alright, so that'll get rolling. Right down to 17 FPS. Yeah. Alright. All the same. And we'll put the extra here. Later. Awesome. Do some more wood chopping at some point. And we have some more in our hot bar. There we go. It's to help make steps. There. Looking good. What else do we have? Medium hunt and crafting tools. There will not be anything on the map in Wilkerson. should learn to go up ramps finally. Alright, best way to do the wolf phase is in open world missions. Grab yourself radar. Sorry, scanner. We have a workshop scanner. And basically scan. Pretty simple. Get you my nose there. Really? Shotgun. Suck. And get the knife out. It's gonna be a few minutes. Alright. It's easy to get in the water, but it's fine. You guys made it through the bridge, so that's good. What you guys doing? One at a time now. Back in the water you go. Yeah, we already have none. Yeah, no bunny. Don't need the bunnies. Unfortunately, you can tell it to be ready to scan again, but you can press the button all you want. It'll work. So, I mean, I think they would play the game, but coded to scan in a different spot, so not really designed for open world. I get that. We're gonna take the long way around, just use up time. Do something. A bridge alone, man. Arrow. Which loading has it go, man? Yep, trying to complete a mission here. But the radar will basically get the animals aggravated. It basically spawns animals by 50% more than usual, so it works. How's your day going? Hopefully things are good and well with you, man. Just one more, really. Had 9 last time. Makes it pretty nice. Alright, just winding down. Awesome, dude, awesome. Yep, we're just chilling out, doing some missions. Taking it all nice and easy. Sunday. There's one. So this is with the scope attachment, or scope 2, whatever. Sniper 2, 60% more zoom. And this is with the binoculars. This is what I would expect a sniper attachment to be. Then, you know, fire. But nope. Oh, that was terrible. There we go. Shoot the ground. They're their feet. Shit. Almost got our house. And Wayfarer chest armor, and we get some more platinum weave though. But I could use the iron ore, some wood, and the iron hammer. We have plenty of hedgehogs. Good on that. So we'll just destroy that. Iron, leather, wood, awesome. Sounds good. I found out the other day that the leather doors are really, really nice. They have iron, so smelt that. Oops. Jesus. Stay in the menu, please? Maybe I'd like to do more things. Been doing that lately, and it's not my computer, because I started it yesterday. Something with the games, every now and then it'll take you out of the menu, so it's real nice. Sarcastically real nice. Hitting cash hard sounds good. Up there, yeah. So let me try to see if we can look there again. We have a little bit of a lookout snipering tower. Usually there's some smoke that you can see. Last time it was all in these trees here and couldn't see it because it's so damn thick. Crazy. Nest. Alright, that sounds... Yep. Ready for whatever comes near us. One wolf right there, far right. We just go up our stairs that we made a while ago. Get some stamina rebuilt. Stone stairs, stone beams. That was very low. Oh, there it is. Couldn't see that with all the trees. Crazy. There's a wolfie. Another wolfie. If you're going that way, that's posted a ship in general check. Gotcha. Huge ship, so the picture may seem small. Alright. Oh, some steel and a steel pickaxe. Awesome. Yep. Later. Could actually go check on the Stark Cave. It should be doing a lot of copper. And we ran power all the way to the Stark Cave. There's the wire. All the way in there. All the way back from the base, too. Did have a little powerhouse here, generator house. That's basically a shelter. Get your ass out of the storm. Nothing awesome, just something. You know. Super loud. It's just loading everything up in the engine. It has nothing to do with your computering steps. F-O-L-L-O-W there, Mr. Jesus, for follow. Followage word. Guessing that games load to steal FPS. No, it's an engine issue. If there's a lot going on in the game engine, it lowers the FPS because it's working extra hard. The computer's actually using less ability. We are full. 500 copper. 4. Very nice. Now we have fat asses, overweight. Now if you take the poison tonic pill thing for 600 seconds, you don't have to worry about the wounds. Yeah, they might update the engine down the road. How's it going, Darton? Things are good. Actually, we'll just make a nice round trip. We're good on the steps, yeah, kinda. But you're overweight, doesn't matter how much more you lock in there. Exactly, Glitch, exactly. RocketWorks is still working on a lot of optimizing. Yeah, there'll be another update this week. Yeah. I think this week or next week is our 1-year anniversary, so right on. I spent 17 days out of 7 months watching the stream. That seems like I missed some days. It's tallying all the watch time up and everything, you know. Or that was on followage, so yeah. And Twitch. Is what it be. I cleared out a lot of the trees so we can have a nice clear path to certain routes and such. But they know about the engine lagging things out. They've already worked on some of that stuff already. Reducing the mountain stuff that you can't interact with, so that's basically, I want to say baked in, but doesn't need to be super awesome. Saw the wolf there, there's some iron. Do we have room? Yeah, we'll make some room though. Really need the leather. One wood, whoop-de-doo. Because there's another, more iron. Yep, that one. I put nice beacons on things. The new PC would probably be a mess upgrade from the current regulars. Yeah, in your case, yes. But there's people with a 12900K and a 3090, and the game still gives same stuffs. So, you know, gonna be able to flip light switch and be able to not get 1 FPS. Yeah, that's AMD. I don't want to say that's AMD for you, but that's AMD driver issue, and they know about that. 60 FPS when the lights are off. Hey, it is what it is. Exactly. You can only do so much. Fractal desync cases look pretty good. Yeah, on design. Gotcha. I was like, what's desync? Desync? No. But yeah, fractal designs. There's a fractal case that I would not mind getting, mainly because it's still. Yeah, thank you. Still, you know what? I'll do this. Okay, yep. And you guys can just, like, not worry about spitting on me. Thank you. Thank you. Pieces of fractal design, mesh by 2 RGB. Nice. And the mesh by ones are not bad at all. We're gonna just take what we can. 200, yeah. Better than nothing. But there's a fractal design or a fractal case. Has long slat parts, slat grill things on the front. That trying to think of the right wording. Has basically been at the top of the list for max airflow. I don't get into the RGB stuff. Yes, it's nice, it looks cool, but I'm the only person looking at it, so big whoop. And we have 2 computers, a gaming and streaming PC, and the streaming PC is behind the gaming one. So all I see is the back panel of the streaming computer. The only thing an RGB would tell me is that it still has power. And I know they're LEDs, they don't take a lot of wattage, but power is power. Lights give off some lot of heat, not a lot. That's a worry about anything. You could probably align a computer case with a whole bunch of RGB strips, and you might go up like a tenth of a degree. Woo. You know, so it's not that big of a deal. Now, RGB on RAM, you want to keep RAM not warm, as cool as possible, so literally putting a light strip on there that creates some heat is kind of not, you know, great. Kind of productive almost. There's that. Yeah, I went too far. Wrong aisle. Alright, there we go. So, we'll get the copper in there and a lot of iron out of there and some of the copper. So, try that. One's full. Not. So, piece I picked was the fractal, not fractal, pop extra large RGB TG clear tint black. Gotcha. It's like RGB because it can look decent. Right, there you go. Yeah, some can. So if you have RGB slide on a motherboard or software to use it, yeah. But there's also some cases is just that give their own little RGB header, and then that ties into the case, and you got a button there to move things around and such, or change the design. The $55 case from Sama, SAMA, came with an RGB header, and you could just choose between different colors or have it rotate or cycle through colors, you know. But you know, but you need to give your ads back instead of the commercial break, or they're extremely short. Well, I put it to 30 seconds every 15 minutes. We're going to see how that goes, and who knows. All we can do is try. I took it down below the 55% threshold, so kind of seeing if that makes any big difference or not, you know. This was RGB, but the splitter in it was 5 in and 1 out. Yeah. It's usually 1 in and 5 out there, Jesus. I changed the 6 fans for regular fans. I got you. Yeah, most headers power in and then RGB stuff out. So just make sure you have things hooked up correctly, and it'll work good for you. Generally. Alright, so that's fine. Actually, we can get this ripping for gold. 1 iron. That. Want to get some iron going. Slap some wood in there. Don't need that. Don't need that. And we do have another electric furnace, but let's say we don't have power for it, but we do. It's just, yeah. I want this stopping basically. Paying for it to get put together as it would give me a 2-year warranty on a PC. Yeah. Depending on who you go with and what's available to you, you can get a 3-year warranty as well. There's that. Be full on this one. Gonna need a cap. Crazy. Or just make some stuff with it, you know. We got stoners there. Just gonna have to put that into there. This does not take stone, so that's fine. Going through a PC Case Gear, which is a good PC store in Australia. Hey, look up iBuyPower or Cyber Power and see if they have one in Australia for you. They're a really good company. Both are good companies. That definitely fills that up. uh, um, 2 steel pickaxes. We need all the leather. It's a lot of leather. Okay. Tools down there. If someone wants to go pound some stone, have at it. There. Alright. Steel storage there. That's fine. It's melting away. This is nothing to do except put sap in there. Store some extra sap in here. Now, get a little bit of wood. We can slap that up there in the biofuel composter. Yeah. But having it pre-built and getting warranty is very nice. It's very, very handy. There's never anything wrong with that at all. And if you get a certain warranty to where worst case happens, it needs to take it back and something replaced because the water cooler leaked water and fried every fucking thing in your computer. I don't have water coolers. Now, if they use dielectric fluid, that would be a good consideration, but they don't. And sometimes the water can evaporate, steam out, not be there anymore. No leaks, it just gets, you know, gone with. You know. Okay, so don't need the electricity tool. I don't know if they call it burn out or steams out or something. It does something to where the water is just no longer there anymore. So real nice. Also, the water could get old and you change it. Exactly, Jesus. But if you're gonna like pick stuff, so yeah. If I replace the IO to be a quiet, Be Quiet air cooler, yeah. If you can, the Be Quiet Dark Rock Pro 4, I have that on both my computers. Does great. Even though I changed the fans on them, but they do great. All right. Yeah, it's right there. That's pretty easy. There's our side door. Dark Rock Pro 4 cooler can handle up to 250 watts of CPU power. So technically throw any CPU at it, and they even have one for Threadripper too. If you need one for that. So that's there. Now most of the time, like for the 12th and 13th gen, you will not see it say for 1700 bracket, which is a socket size. If you pretty much, if you call them up or whatever, message them, whatnot, they'll send you one. They'll send you a bracket for the 1700 for free. Basically, just show proof of purchase that, you know, here's the shopping order for it. Do that. Oh yeah, Storm, yay! By now they should just include it, you know. Or you could do the Noctua NHD15. That's just as good. It's also a great cooler. You can get the chrome black version. It's not really chromey, but it's more just a blacked out version of your standard cooler over there. So there's that. You know, they both work great. I think they both do 250 watts. I know the Dark Rock Pro 4 does 250. That much I do know immensely. That might be a little bit better. They're nice flat ground, so definitely all 9 of these guys. Oh. Whoops. Forgot you had a double press there. Forgot. But drive-wise, you know, for your hard drive and everything, M.2s are good. Just make sure they have the right controller. Make sure that they are DRAM-less. You do not want one with DRAM on it. It'll be really, really slow. It will not give you the speeds that you think you're getting or wanting from it. And basically the ones that do have DRAM cache usually will not say 3000 to 3500 read-write speeds. It'll be much, much lower. They'll be in the 2000 range. So, you know, to steer clear of them, basically. Alright, so now slap this on somewhere. Okay. Hit the R button. Yeah, there we go. Something. Alright. So we'll do G. 3. There we go. Good enough. We'll do it through the storm. Don't matter. What's to go, lights? Bad before I could get a shot off. Freaking lag and everything. Alright, so you have a 4th gen M.2, is my guess. Make sure your motherboard can support that. Your motherboard is only Gen 3, getting that M.2 will do you nothing. It's like having an engine that can take race fuel, but you don't supply it race fuel. So you're not getting max performance out of it. Yeah. You walked right into that, thank you. Time for Mr. Bear time. That's... Yep, hey Bear. Kinda got him a little bit. Oh, that should have had some of you. There you go. I think he was part of the scan. Fine then. You might have been though. Did you see the food though? Motherboard on the bundle, I have pig supports 3, 4, and 5. Awesome. That's good. They have Gen 5 out already, I guess? Oh. Nice. I was wondering. I didn't get the one I wanted. Jesus Christ. Shoot two other animals that aren't even what I'm going for. Super nice. I just want to make sure these guys get done with. But yeah, and the max C drive, 2 terabyte. You literally cannot use your C drive for anything more powerful or with more space. It will not let you. Oh, there it is. I tried that with an 8 terabyte hard drive, and okay, cool. There's like, 5 or 6 terabytes left. Awesome. Oh. The MBR drive, Master Boot Recording Drive, is your C drive. GMT is the format for all the other drives. We need wood. We're good on. Well, we can get more wood. Platinum, iron, oxide sounds great. Anti-poison tonics, we already have quite a few. Sweet. But get a 2 terabyte M.2 for your C drive would be good. Everything else can be kind of whatever. Yes, a lot of the M.2 2 terabyte drives are a little pricey, but basically don't pay more than $100 per terabyte, depending on where you live. Might be a little bit more. And depending on what gen the drive is, will also depend on the price as well too. Difference between Gen 3 and Gen 4, not much of a difference. Now there might be between 3 and 5, but if you're just going to play video games on it, get Gen 3, save the money. You're fine. Goods to go. You could have the boot drive being a 500 gig. It's not a lot, but the reason why a lot goes at least 1 terabyte minimum for a C drive is for cache. That's C-A-S-H, but C-A-C-H-E. You want as much cache on that drive as possible. Why? Because it helps out. There we go. Now we just pick these guys up. Good to go. We get to decide what we want to do with the animals. It's hoping for some fatty T-bones from the bear, but nope. Not a hedgehog. This is much faster to pick them up. Click, click, boom, done. It's click, click, boom, like the song. Yeah, we may lose some in the process, but that's fine. Party going on here. But also having the difference, say, of M.2 or SATA for C drive isn't much of a difference. Computer still boots up. The streaming computer is on a 1 terabyte M.2. I think it's an 8200 GameX 11 or whatever. It was $97. It was actually quite a good price. It was on sale. Normally they're 110. It doesn't boot up any faster or slower than a gaming computer. That's just on a regular SATA SSD. 2.5-inch SSD, I should say. Because you can have a SATA M.2, as we mentioned yesterday. So just because it's M.2 doesn't mean it's NVMe. There's 2 notches on it. That's NVMe. Not vile memory execute, NVMe. Some of the memory things can be not as volatile as if they weren't an NVMe, obviously. But boot speeds, they're all basically a minute for both computers, so unless you're booting your computer up 10 times a day, or certain things force you to restart your computer because of programs or whatever, and you really need that 10 or 20 second boot time, still, it depends how many programs are having to turn on your computer and everything, all that, you know, just depends. Or we were just kind of grabbing everything, that's fine. It's quicker. Missed one to repair. But I would make the C drive at least a 1 terabyte minimum. Again, for the cache reasons. The more cache there is, the faster things go. Oh yeah, it's going to be a beast of a computer for you there, Darden. But if you can spend the extra $40 or whatever and bump that 500 to a 1 terabyte at the least minimum, you know, you could always do it down the road too. And it might actually be cheaper to do it down the road too. Use Macrim Reflect to clone your C drive over to, say, a 1 terabyte drive that you find at a good price or whatever. And it'll clone everything exact, and then when you're done, just swap out the M.2s basically. Excuse me, and you're good to go. Passwords, cookies, all that stuff, everything gets cloned. It's as if nothing changed. It's really great, you know. Yep. Now, most air coolers do come with fans. Dark Rock Pro 4 is about $90, about $89 in America. It'll be whatever it be in Australia, you know, as you know. Take the copper out of there, take the iron out. That's some room. Kind of low on some copper then. Overflow iron is evidently going in here. You have some platinums. Forgot about that. Platinum I actually have listed right there in the first, so that one kind of gets done first. That in there for some more organic resin, because certain things need it. Now what I did on my cooler was replace the fans. Got enough leather. They're crap. Replace the fans with, I think it was Corsair ML120s, and they go at about 2400 RPM on both, and I think that's 74 and 94 cubic feet per minute, so they move some freaking air. They really do. We should have a lot of cooked meat in here. Got T-bones. I guess we could cook that. It's fine. Okay, fridges. It's bacon. It's this. And basically just bumping the fans. Basically, the default fans are at about 800 RPM. It's good, but at 100%, it doesn't really do the trick when, say, the CPU is using like 176 watts. Um, it would get near 90 some C, and it'd be nice if it was maybe in the low 80s. Right now, max was 176 watts and 82 C while mining on the CPU, and the CPU fans were at 2343 RPM. It has been changed to the Be Quiet Pure Rock 2. Why Pure Rock 2? Took off around $100 Australian. Uh, what was your CPU that you're going to put on there again? Pure Rock 2 might not be enough wattage. Might not. Yeah, RGB on the cooler, you can buy fans that have RGB on it if you really want, Martin. You need to cool the CPU and not make it look flashy. I know it's your computer. It's fully yours, but you have to have some priorities. You want the CPU cooler or the CPU cold, or do you want it to look flashy? In most of the cases, you can't have both. Cooler says 150 watts. You remember what the CPU that you're choosing is? 150 is not very much. Now, a lot of CPUs will say a TDP of 95 or 120 watts. Double that number. Yeah. Yeah. Get a higher end cooler by all means if you can. Order stuffs. Newegg motherboard stuffs, it's fine. Newegg does really good on stats, that's why I'm choosing them. Yes, I understand Cyber Monday. Fuck on. They also have Dark Rock Pro 3s as well. Oh, they actually do say it 1700. Oh, okay, cool. I was wondering how to stop. It sucks. Yeah, there it is, 1700. Awesome. They haven't had it for a while, so that's cool. 250 watt TDP, top dynamic power, or thermodynamic power, not top, sorry. Let's just see Dark Rock Pro. Show you all the stuffs there. Downfall is you're going to get some for Threadrippers and such. Some reason that person sounded for 133. Keep in mind there's other sellers and everything. See, you really want RGB fans, you get RGB fans. That's solely up to you to customize whatever. They used to have Dark Rock Pro 3s. You're looking to save a little bit of money, but CPU and GPU are the two things that are going to cost you the most money, and you want them to run relatively as cool as possible. Don't skip on your CPU cooler. I wish I had bought the Dark Rock Pro 4 right off the bat, but I tried to do a budget build and save on some monies, so I went with the Safe Ninja 5, and I ended up having to buy better fans for it because they too only went about 800 degree or RPM. That's right. The Dark Rock ones go at 1500, I forget. The Ninja was, or the Safe Ninja 5 cooler was 800 RPM and just wasn't really doing it. Go with that cooler, get RGB fans put on it later. Yeah, you can also put RGB around it if you want to. Looks are second to performance. RPM, about 1600 RPM, so there you go. 55 to 60 cubic feet per minute, which is, yeah, it's alright, it'll work. Do you remember what CPU that you're putting on there, Darton? Not sure if you mentioned that or not. Because that'll also kind of mention what cooler you could get or need or would like, you know. That's the only one. And the TR4 is for the Threadripper for AMD, so it's probably why it's showing that. Put in the 12600K. Huh. 12600K. Why is it showing me computer cases? It's $250, not bad. 20 megabyte of cache, not too bad. 20 device not included. I assume that it's fine. Now that is a 1700 socket because it is 12th gen. You'll have 6 performance cores and 4 efficient cores. There's a lot of games, Darton, that do run on 8 cores. So by getting a 6 core, you're going to limit yourself a little bit. It's 700K there. Of course, it depends on price on your area, but like I mentioned, CPU and GPU are the two things you're going to spend the most money on. Lowest 12600K here is 238. Actually a very cheap motherboard there. Even though it's gigabyte, but that's your low down basic micro ATX motherboard there. It'll get you going. It'll work, but interesting. Yeah. Cyber Monday deal, it's $249. Well, this one's no deal, and it's $238. Yeah, go figure. Now, if you look at 12700K, what we'd like to do is compare that and compare that, and I just want to show you options, dude. You get whatever you wish. I just want to show you options. What I like to do, add to compare. You can maybe even get to 13600. Trying to see if I can find it, that's all. Without having to type stuffs. Doesn't look like it. Because we can add in more things to compare. Now, 12700K, you could bump up to that. That'd be 8 performance cores and 4 efficient cores. Or just 13600K for future proofing. I'll stick to the 12600K and probably upgrade in 2 years' time. Okay. It's just one of those things of you can basically put that $200, say we're doing US, 238, just hit compare. A lot of times they do give you suggestions. Don't get the KFs, that's basically without an iGPU, that's not really worth it. 12400, that's going down. There's 12700K. What? That was a KF? Damn. Sorry about that. 12700K, there's 126. Can we move these? Evidently not. 11, no. 12900KF. Well, if you're 13900K, that's maybe way out of your ballpark. There's 12700K with motherboard. That's nice, but pretty expensive. Okay, so 12700, no. So 12600K, 6 core performance, 4 efficient, 238. Just assume by an American. 13700K, 8 cores performance, 8 cores efficient, which is basically the 12900K. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would be something to look forward to. Now, if you get to 12700K, which is by this means basically an extra $200, at least from this person, is also $50 shipping. So that was a recommended. That wasn't the lowest deal. Let me check something here. Because just because one says doesn't mean it's what it is for everything. All right, 320. That's why I thought. I'm like, man, that's awfully expensive. 12700K, 343. Had to compare. I'll take that off. Refresh. Really? Fucking shit. So much for that. Alright, so we have 12600K, 12700K with the lowest things. We do have a 13700K. But basically, for $110 more, you get 8 performance, 4 efficient cores. We can try to find. We can even just try to find the 600K. Let's go with Corsair AIO with non-RGB fans. Well, AIOs have a pump, and at times 2 years down the road, the pumps can fail. If you go with an air cooler pump, there's no pump. It'll never fail on you. They last 10 years. So there's that. Alright, the lowest 13700K is 429 at the moment. You know. Let's check 600. A lot of times when, say, the new gen comes out, it's great to get the old gens because they're a lot cheaper. You know. 12600. No, I want 13600K people. Can we look for a 13600K? Why is it still showing me 600? Our search stuff is usually spot on. I don't know why. I know there's a 600K. I believe there is. Lowest price. Maybe there's not a 600K for 13th gen. We're seeing it as the 700s. Weird. Interesting. Because basically, the 600 would have been the 12700K, you know, equivalents. Odd. Yep, there you go, 13600K. Yeah. 24 megabyte of cache, up to 5.1 gigahertz. Not sure why. 6 performance cores and 8 E cores. Okay. Now your 12600K would have 6 performance and 4 E cores. That's something to kind of think of, you know. You could also just bump up to 12900K as well. There's that option too. Um, so it's 12,700. Yeah, 12,700K. We already have that, and it's a much cheaper price. For the 900, here's 12,900K. They're saying $500 there. But I would get the 13,700K instead. Yeah, yeah. Again, I'm just showing you options. 12,600K. It says 125 watts, but double that. That's 250 watts for your 12,600K. That's your TDP, the thermal design power. Double that. Mine says 90 or 95. I've seen 180. I've seen 205 watts out of this 9900K. Depends what the load is actually doing on it. 12900K also says 125 watts. They've gone up to 280 watts before, but that's really overclocking it. So getting a cooler that is 150 watts would not be very good. And a 12900KS starts at 150, so that could go up to 300 watts. Yeah. Right. Even if you aren't doing any overclocking, you get something that has 100% load on every single thread. You're basically going to double the standard design wattage. So your 12600K that you're wanting to go with could do 250 watts without you even knowing. And if your cooler is only going to do 150 watts, whether it's an AIO or not, you're probably going to hit 100C and then your computer's going to shut down. Not good. So you don't want that. Keeping your CPU cool at any load is key. Otherwise, it'll shut down and you won't know why. So I don't want that for you. But being that the 13th gen is kind of out, downfall is it's kind of new. Now, when the 14th gen comes out sometime, I think maybe next year-ish. I think it's Rocket Lake, if I remember right. Could be Alder Lake. This is Raptor Lake here. Oh, Pulse is older. Okay, so should be Rocket Lake next. The 13th gen prices will go down as well too, but more than likely you'll need a different motherboard for 14th because they change socket every 2 gens. Yeah, they have combos, but he's getting pre-built, so it's not really combo available. So it's just you pick from the list of what you can put in there, And it's in Australia, so the prices are a little bit higher than what we have here in the States. So say this is $238, add about $150 onto that probably. You're looking at $400 for a 12600K. Boating fees, whatever, added sales tax, all that good stuff. But if I were you, I'd bump up to the 12700K just for a little bit more money. That way you'd have at least 8 cores. Exactly, yeah. A little stronger dollar in Australia would be nice, exactly. But being that whatever motherboard you choose can go between 12th and 13th gen. We know that there is a 13600K, but it is 6 performance and 8 efficient cores, which is pretty nice. The 13900K actually has 8 performance but 16 efficient cores, which is really crazy. Yeah, there's the 13900K. Yeah, 8 performance, 16 efficient cores. And again, 125 watts, which is fine. That thing is a beast. It is worth 600 something, yeah. No, they're not stealing the core count from AMD. They're actually stealing the idea of Big Little from AMD, because AMD did it first. But because they didn't have it working correctly in the beginning, until about a year later, it kind of flopped out and nobody trusted it anymore. They fixed it a little bit too late. Um, so Intel's picking up on the idea that AMD did a long time ago and making it work. Oh, that's usually called a Threadripper, 32 core, 64 thread. And AMD is looking towards doing a higher core count than 16 for gaming CPUs. They're probably just going to need a bigger socket. And as far as I know, AM5 is not it. So there might be AM6, maybe AM7. Down the road, both manufacturers do 2 generations per socket. Keep that in mind. Yeah, 16 core is still nuts. What's nuts is the 12900K beat AMD's flagship 5950X. It has less cores and less threads, and it still beat it. Intel doesn't have to have a lot of cores and threads to do a lot of good work for gaming. AMD is great at workstation tasking. Intel is good at it. Not great, but it is good. That's why AMD CPUs benchmark really, really well, because their CPUs are technically designed for benchmarking, because they do really good at workstation stuff, which is benchmarking. So it makes it not specifically clear, but makes it important if you're using certain benchmarking tools that work really, really good on your CPU to make you look really nice and really good and better than your competitor. Yeah, it's like you design a car to run on Shell gasoline. So, like, well, look, we get 5 more miles a gallon on Shell gasoline with this engine. And that comes with the new vehicle pre-installed, no charge. But if you only use Shell gasoline, you get 5 more miles a gallon. Use any other gasoline, who knows? Same thing with the benchmarks. AMD only advertises the benchmarks that work really, really well on their AMD CPUs. Intel don't give a shit because they got the money. They don't care. But we need AMD to do good so Intel can do better. We need Intel to do better so AMD can do better. We need both of them to climb the ladder versus just one having a monopoly on everybody. Some of these CPUs were coming out at $1,000 and they weren't really worth $1,000 for gaming. And Intel basically had to slash the prices in half because they realized they fucked up. Like, yeah, you're jumping the gun just a little bit too much there. Your competitor is selling CPUs at half the price and equal performance for $500. You're going to charge $1,000. You're not going to sell anything. I buy a car for 40 grand when you can buy 2 of them for 35 grand and you'll have an extra car. They both do the same thing. They both get you to work. Gotcha there, Asus. Yeah, but 11700F is not what he's going for, Asus. And that's 11th gen. He's going 12th gen and 13th gen down the road. 11th gen would be a different motherboard. Just letting you know. 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. AMD does the same thing. Zen 3... what is it? Zen 3, Zen 4 is AM4, and Zen 5 is AM5. And Zen 6 would be AM5 as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know you're trying to help me. No worries. I was just letting you know that that's the wrong generation. 1100 or 11th gen wouldn't fit in a 12th gen motherboard anyway. The CPU is too small. The socket's too big. It would be nice that the AM4 socket is a great socket. There's hundreds of CPUs for it. 3000 and 5000 series both fit on AM4. It's a great socket. Intel just goes through generations a lot faster than AMD. That's why people hate Intel, because they never know what CPU goes with what motherboard, because there's so many of them. They flooded the market Intel has had the money to do that. AMD is catching up by doing server CPUs for the past 10 years or whatever. You get $8,000 a server CPU. You get, I think, 3 of those on a wafer or something because they're huge. You know, you make 24 grand on a wafer versus 5 or 10 grand on a wafer for gaming CPUs. Yeah, that's a big money difference. Yeah. So, yeah. But I would just slap out and get the 13700K, 8 performance, 8 E cores. It's basically last year's 12900K, but does better than the 12900K. Or beast it out and just get the 13900K and just be done with it. If I remember right, I think the 13900K may have beaten the 5800X3D. May have done it. I don't recall. But you want ultimate gaming performance on games that are CPU bound. Make sure you get as many cores and threads as possible. Yeah. 13th gen just came out, so they're going to be expensive. It would be ideal to do like what I did with the 9700K. I got it because it was $320. The 9900K was $500. I can save over $150 by just getting the lower CPU. And if stream revenue comes in and mining money comes in, and the 9900K gets below 400, I'll buy it. It got down to 370. So I bought it. That worked good. I figured because I don't have a food side, I have to pay attention on the foods. And nobody came in and wrecked our house, so that's good. So yeah, paying attention to how many cores and with Intel how many performance and efficient cores makes a big difference. A real big difference. The performance cores work on your applications, your big applications, your games. The efficient cores work on the background processes. I'd love to get a 12th or 13th gen. That'd be great. But we have to pay off the 3080 first. And then save. So maybe by then 14th gen will come out and 13th gen will be cheaper. Or depending how much money we save, we just go 14th gen. Generally, the good rule of thumb is you upgrade every 5 years because your games are going to upgrade every 5 years as well. And your 5-year-old CPU or computer gear may not be able to keep up with the games that are 5 years newer. Might not. Doesn't mean they won't, it just means that they might not. You know. But you have to do what works for your budget and your wallet and everything like that. Okay, that's full. You gotta do what works for you. You're the one paying the bills. Yeah. Alright, so we have that mission stuff on us. Still play Overcomer by 0.1. But what do we have that we can lose? Much. Signs, yeah. But the signs over there, that's 10. I know I have the construction stuff on us, and with that. Farming medium, we'll try this. Coffee beans again. Dang on beaners, man. They said 22 or something. They don't spoil, which is nice. Yep, 22. Get down here a little bit. Rather than have to replace the armor every couple days. But again, that's why I brought extra spare parts as well. There we go. That's right. Need the reward. Oh, we get ice. Oh boy. We get soybeans and plates of coffee beans. Flint arrows. Curved bow. Not too bad. And more hedgehogs. I guess we'll take that. You know, he's break down the bow. Steel, rope, aluminum, epoxy, steel screw. Yeah, that's a good bunch there. Sounds good to me. But it's also why I post information on what the CPUs can do in certain games, and benchmarks and everything, all that good stuff. And lots of flint arrows, you know, just so you guys can know what does what games, how they perform, everything, all that good stuff. Put more aluminum in there. Yeah, it's not too bad. Do that. Screws, sure. Steel, awesome. So, aluminum cabinet here. Gonna have to bump up the aluminum at some point as well. Whew. Ah. Not enough sticks, huh? That's fine. This is insane. AMD Threadripper 3995, 64 core, 120 thread desktop processor, 7K. Yeah, they're not cheap. That's your workstation stuffs. Actually, they have the 5000 series Threadrippers as well. And you would think, like, oh, that would be a great gaming computer. No, thing would suck ass at gaming. Wow, it's like 64 cores, man. Doesn't matter. It's run gigahertz for games. It just doesn't like it. Not how it works. And maybe no, we have a gold. We have gold storage here, but oops, press the wrong two buttons. There, I'll have to store iron. Yeah, we can just store gold over here. Yeah, we don't use the gold that much. We do that. That'll probably fill up pretty good anyway. And just get it up to the top, you know. Oh, that's full. Crazy. Gonna need a cabinet for iron. Wow. Crazy. They're like 16 core, the 4.1 instead of 3.7 gigahertz per games. Right, right. Yeah, games require a certain amount of gigahertz, either from AMD or Intel. The nice thing is AMD doesn't need to be at a high gigahertz in order to run good and do fine. But for quite a few years, Intel has been about 5% better at games than AMD's equal counterpart for price range. So say for a $300 CPU, oddly enough, Intel still is about 5% better at gaming, probably because of an iGPU for the majority of the cases, which is very odd, but I I don't make up the rules. It just it shows in testing. Um, but as we've seen, what AMD did with the 3D models of the CPUs, the 5800X3D, is they gave it a boatload of cache on the CPU. I have 16 megabyte of L3 cache on the 9900K. The 5800X3D has 100 megabytes of cache. A lot more. The 5800X3D blows away the 12900K. The 12900K blew out the 5950X with less cores and threads. It just shows it's not all about the cores, it's not all about the threads. The 5800X3D proved that 8 core 16 thread beat out something that beat something with 16 core 32 thread from AMD. And of course, the 5800X3D beats the 5950X as well, and the 12900K, mainly because of that cache. Now, in certain games that are CPU heavy, that CPU wins. Other games that are GPU bound, it didn't really make much of a difference. But again, that CPU was like $600 brand new, so there's that. And the 12900K was around $600, and the 5950X was also around $600. So depending on why you're buying said CPU will depend on why you need it, what you're going to use with it for it. If you need the cores and threads, then buy the 5950X. You'll have the cores and threads. You have 16 cores, 32 threads. For some applications, more threads the better, because they're doing more work. You know, there's more things to do. Pepe was mentioning that with his 5950X, if he uses handbrake to, say, resize a video or something to do, I want to say encoding or decoding, but to redo the video basically, say, size it down from 4K to 1080, you may want to go through handbrake to do that. And handbrake will use your CPU and really go through every single thread and max it out. I've used it, and I think I hit maybe 205 watts on the CPU. So I was glad I had a 250 watt CPU cooler. Yeah, it was around 90 some Fahrenheit or Celsius, but it was also during the summer too. Temps were a little bit warmer, even with AC going. So, difference of ambient room temperature being in the mid 70s, maybe high 70s versus high 60s makes a huge difference. Like right now, ambient temperature is 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's 76 degrees Fahrenheit blowing out of the back of the gaming computer. Computer is loving the cold temps. That's why I still have the window fully open. It's 42 degrees Fahrenheit out there again. Okay, use that video converter, got you. I know one thing. Well, handbrake is free. I don't know if Xylosoft is free. It could be. I just don't know. More so, you're able to adjust the bit rate You're able to do a lot of things on handbrake that maybe some converters might not do. I don't know. Not? Okay, gotcha. But check out handbrake. And if you need to watch some videos, uh, iron cover. I was like, oh, bridge? Damn. They made bridges in the machining bench. Yeah, another cupboard, say wouldn't be bad, but yeah, sure. One way to use up our iron. Or cupboards. But I know we have a cupboard here with cupboards. We have a cupboard of cupboards. Pretty much fortified the area back there, so should be alright. But if you don't use, converting stuff much on your CPU, then you're good. You're alright. It just all depends what you're doing. Or if we can take all that, the thing left over, like to place that. Yeah. Give it a little bit more room. Let's just take all. A little bit more room. Ah, move the mouse. Yeah. Put that guy in there. Almost seems like it's thinner. Yeah, just a little bit. That's cool. I guess if you were to stack them, front to back, you'd be even more room. That's cool. Sometimes software doesn't recognize my CPU or GPU to decode faster. Ah. Give the handbrake a try, dude. See how that works for you. You might like it. See if I can maybe just put it up here. Seems like the back works a lot nicer. Composites. Composites. And just to be sure, composites, yeah, composites. Composites out of sight. Composites. Range that later. Down this way. Alright. That's oh, that's yeah. It's 2 rows iron, 1 row gold, 1 row silica, and then just basically the rest forever. Half silica. But now you have 2 rows silica. I know. Kind of extras, even though there's not enough room. It's doing good on room. There's not enough room to do it. Basically, that's for 200 composites. Of course, you need 200 of these organic resins as well. There's that. That worked out a lot nicer. Cabinet, oh cabinets. Could have an extra. We have two extras here now. If enough room for whatever's. That. Let me hit the restroom real quick, guys, and I'll be right back. Close my window a bit. My bed was cold. Blowing at 10 miles an hour. It's doing pretty good. Seems like the rain chilled out. That's good. Evacuated are nice and cold, so that's nice. Hmm. Makes more rounds pretty soon. Yep. There, look. Haha, ain't bad. There, ho there, Mr. Bear. Right in the nose. Good. Almost. want to hit the railing. Damn. I really should. Whew, crazy. Well, 42? It's not too bad. Got some good meats though. Fatty T-bone. Right. You're loving my bridge. Prime meat attachment, melee damage attachment. We've seen those before. Oxide, sure. Water, free water bombs. Any wood hedgehogs. Other carpentry bench that we don't need. Love your shorts, but gotta move my leg and restrict my access to do that. And then repositioning the chicken berries and all that. Really need the cloth. One water bomb? Really? I swear that said 4 to something on that. Evidently that was incorrect. Or it could have said 1 to 4. I don't quite remember. Rewind the video, you'll see it. But now we have 2. They do work pretty good. They're decent. You know, just haven't had any fire to do them on. You know. Alright, T-bones. And we got some oxides. Out of sight. T-bone. Bone steps. Let's put that in there. Awesome. Okay, we're gonna need some wood. I'd like to not have all this big heavy stuff on me. We need a lot of that stuff. It's fine. Hugging time. Can you replenish some of the woods? Saw a deer go down the stairs. Trying to go up the stairs. Trying to go up them. Go around, dude. Go around. I did. You too? God. Fuck that. What are these doing? I really checked on all this stuff. There's a wolf. Big enough wolf. Yeah, let's see here. That's right, we're clearing out a perimeter of all this. Yeah. Doing too bad either. I got another Milky Way there. Good stuff. Chocolate is addicting after a while. You used to eat a whole half-pound Hershey bar in one sitting. It's good time. Start down here and work our way back. Pretty good last time.
Okay.
There goes a tree. So I was kind of waiting for it. It hadn't happened in a while. Wonder when you guys are going to show up. Bada boom, the tree. Got wolfies. A lot of them. Three of them, damn. Yeah, that'll build it. I see one wolf in there now. He just made it out of there, deer. Literally, deer. That's good. Dead wolf. Turn and go, bro. Hi, Rep. Oh, goes a little tree. $2,098 wood, dang. Those are all birds. That's good. That's a good day's worth of work there. And we're full. Not too bad at all. Lots of sticks. Pretty good. Lots of them. Nice. Sweet. Right on, right on. We don't need more cloth. That's that in there. Fatty T-bone. Here you awesome things. Fill you up. Because it's stop. Ah, sweet. Sweetness. That is good. Those in there as well. You can do that. Alright. Yep. Lots of cabins. Cabins, cabins. Alright. Let's empty the out. Play hunt hard, farming easy. We'll try that. Policy. Okay. 14. Policy. Just have enough. I have some in here now. Nope. We're gonna have to start getting those going. Oh, good job. Keep forgetting that the word comes back down too. I've done it like 100 times. Still forget. Yeah. Take oxide more. Really need that, but we'll take the oxide. Oxide that's out of sight. Actually, I think that's like that. This shit done yet? Super cool. That's about it. Cool. Actually, putting them on top, I usually because you want to hit the cabinet in the middle most of the time. Okay. Alright. Get those gas going. This gas. Bunches of steps. And well, it's a gun pad. Does go through a lot of charcoal. I was wondering, like, why is it not? I have an even number. Charcoal is 3 to 1 sulfur. Usually it's a 1 to 1 ratio, but they're making up for the third ingredient that you have to put in there. There's that. Yeah. Here's a Coca-Cola. So we don't have to get going on it. Already did. Kind of from here. Yeah, it's hard to see zoomed in. That's much, but kind of wait for the storm to go over. At least the storms don't last, you know, for hours upon hours. That's good. Some type of little animal behind the pod there. Nope. Gotcha. Up go. Hiding underneath the pod. When all the trees that we chopped down still didn't clear out a lot, but we did do a great bit. The reason I say that is back here, I think we were trying to make the line perimeter line here. It was a pretty big area, I'd say that. Still trying to remember where the perimeter is that I had taken down trees at. There. Some more of these down. Basically want to try to see stuff from the house, and a couple times with missions I have not been able to due to the thick ass trees. Time for them to go. Come on, game, work. That's a cold breeze. $50-mile-per-hour winds, yeah. Most of the time, tree that diameter is 2 whacks, but sometimes not. I found working backwards works out really well, especially on a hill. Dude, an awesome cat. Here. Oh, heavy tree. Go the other way. Right. That are a wolf. Hey, he's over there. Big old tree here. Lots of damage. Oh, that's hundreds of numbers. Haven't had the tree go poof in a while, so about due for it. Lot of trees. Need a chainsaw or something. More like a motorcycle than a dang on chainsaw, man. But I'm happy with the Diaz X. That's very good. Most trees are 1-2 chop. Some are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Depends how big it is. There goes boom. Boom goes a little tree. A big ass apple. Crunch. Love watching big trees fall. There's just something cool about it. Till they knock you out, man. That's half the danger too. You know. The old saying, you're not really living if you're not scared of doing what you're doing. Or there isn't any risk in what you're doing, like, I guess would be better to say. Time that tree got down, another boomer. Dulce boomed the tree, yeah. These little twiggos out of here. And when it comes time to doing the mission to find the dudes on the ground, I wish you cleared all this shit out. It's be a pain in the ass when you can't find them. Most just burn the forest down, but then you have a bunch of charcoal trees. Take about 7 whacks just to chop it down, another to totally fell the tree. But you cut the trees down ahead of time, when you get some wood from it, you always burn everything else. You know. But you don't get a whole bunch of charcoal trees afterwards. And most of the trees are 1 to 3 chops anyway. There's that. Ding ding. We're full. Awesome. Really need the stuff, just need it out of the ground. Need it to be gone. It's actually better that it inventory's full. Superly need the sticks, but he makes sticks out of wood. Plenty of wood at the moment, which is good. Always nice. Needed to restock things on the wood at fronts. Pretty good so far. See what I mean by how dense the trees are everywhere. Super overgrown. Kind of needed a good fire or good clearing with the axe, you know. Yes, mister. All on wood now. Sweet. I don't have to fully chop up every tree just to get a lot of wood. I have 1900 wood as is. Crazy. pulling the wrong way. Oh, I figured that would have knocked down the other two this time. There it is. Eighty durability per chop. Crazy. I was like, one, oh, I didn't do the extra swing, and it broke. Sounds awesome. What I was waiting for. Been good. Pretty cleared. Need foods. Ah, too late in the day. But yeah, stuff to process. Powder's done. All right. Oops. Too fast. Sounds good. Um, Don't really need the fiber. Good amount of bullets there, right? Melt all in there. Sounds good. Alright. Yeah, more self. Awesome. Sounds good. But I slept. What the fuck? But I was waiting. I already did that. Fucker. There. Mm, trying to remember if that was sulfur or not. Can't remember. I have a beacon. Right. And storm time, yeah. Super. So, dark starry morning. the stamina boost. Boom. Sweet. There, shit. That is sulfur. Fuck to the sulfur one go. Oh, go down here. Gotcha. Alright. It's time to put the mining deposits back up. Alright. There was one. It's direct sunlight. It's about 9 a.m. is when it pops over the ridge. I don't even know if this one already has sunlight. Game logic, I guess. And they make weird sounds at times. Right. Check out what the deposit is over here. Deep ore vein, as they call it in their Discord. Even though it's technically a deep ore deposit, deep mining ore deposit. Yeah. Interesting. Or why I was moving so slow. It's 9 on the pickaxe. Always use more oxide. Silica we're good on. Yeah, I was just thinking it's a good thought of could just make the house out of reinforced glass. But really need the light on the inside. Glass floors, glass roof, glass everything. Damn, another iron? Shit. Ah. Shit. What's wrong with on the map? Man. Another one right there. Out here, might as well check out a few. I do have the deep mining ore deposit scanner. I just didn't bring it with me this trip. Gold. Yeah, we have enough gold. I just have one gold deposit. That's more than enough. Uh, so I have one up there. Around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Doing it. Okay. Probably the only aluminum we've found in a while. Interesting. Check that one out too. And on the update, a lot of them changed. Yeah. Oh, I was wondering. Sounds good. Silicon. Okay. I don't know why I didn't tap it yet. Trees are gone. A lot better. Yeah. Light that tree on fire. I burned an animal. There's a bunny. Yep, there's a goat. Hey there. The polar bear. Oh, it's Paul. Yeah. I tried to turn game. Come on, me. Yeah. Not good. Oh shit. Fuck. Damn it. Frick. He was close. Didn't have the carrot jam. Hit press A to accept. That was interesting. Great, I'm in zoom mode too. Something. Really? Could put it right back where I had it? Oh shit. Uh, Zero. 5 at that. Guess there's one there. Yeah. Out a door. Ah, I can remember one. Thank you. There, another wolf. I wasn't sure if it was this one or another one. That sucks. Could have one-shot the bear, but he started running. You know. Good levels. God knows is whose. Don't mean it down there. There we go. Shit. Alright, we're good. Charged. Oh yeah, the flashlight here. Have one on my body then. Jim Bunny. Another bear. Son of a bitch. Shit. I was seeing just the health go down a little, and I'm like, I'm not hitting the hardened point. I hit his head. Evidently. Shit's not in the fucking mountain. It's like, anyone else around? So I forgot to do is grab water. That's fine. Double guns now. Yeah. I can get it, dear. I swear. That's what I was doing. Stop her, buddy. I don't think we have anything up here. Hold on. Yeah. Two sulfurs, get you. Durability, get you. Adding. Drilling a solar panel. Electricity tool and be all set. It's only if the other one dries out. Usually about 6,000 per deposit. He adds a drying one out of pretty slim shit. Sleeping better, sleeping better. Think. I'll stick around and find out. Oh. A bear and the live deer, don't you? Gotcha. Oxide? More like sulfur. Come on, game. Jesus. We gotta get better on those load times, guys. Fill the stamina bar. So. Crafted but never picked it up. Hmm. That's in there too. So it's what we want to see. Shit. There's no room anyway. Your new home, Selfridge. Damn. Crazy. Alright. Girls, beacons. Girl. Beacon. Yeah. John going up. Insta storage devices. I mean, mortar and pestle. Yeah. It isn't it? How much? Alright. Yeah, there's more powder there. Some more bullets. Wrong bullets. Alright, now what I'm wondering, if we make this all out of glass, do we have enough silica? Proof, now don't need angled. Whoops, there we go. Putting glass, epoxy, and ingots. Well, I have enough freaking ingots. So crazy. Let's zero. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 is 54. And we would need 108-ish. Some. Actually, we wouldn't need a glass for this. So 2, 3, and 4 by 6 should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6 times 4 is 24 plus 54, 78. That's not bad. Now, yeah. I don't want the one. 1,560 glass. Jeez. Hey, take care of our light issue. I don't think we have that much silicon. Hey. That's crazy. Like this shit in stages. But first, it's got to get plumbed. Water. Yeah, it did. Cool. Yeah, those can't get together. Sounds good. Some of those aren't decent. Okay, sounds good. Need that on me. Good. Now I know we had a bunch of glass. What are we already done? Preset. Knife-o in there too. That rifle, shit. Oh, bug out bag here. And of course, we're titanium for that. Oh, fuck yeah, glass. Fucking A right. Preset. Needing is epoxy. That's gonna be the basic. Oh, shit, more rounds. Oh, fuck yeah, bud. Wait. In the water to the Alright. Backpack. Drop that in there just yet. Bit of a stretch for the water tool. Ooh, can we get it there? Please. Please, please. Be righteously nice. Heavy heater, you're gonna have to move. Ops. Can't get in there more. Just fucking place it, man. Yeah. Oh shit, it's right. We need more water. Son of a- Yeah. I don't want to lose damn power to it. I mean, it disconnects a lot of things. Anyway, water. Fuck yeah, bud. Wait. We were only losing 15. Or is it 100? That's 15. What the fuck? Because we weren't 5 away. I guess we didn't do our math with it. I don't. Oil loading. Is it? Oh, it's a glass. Okay. I was like, only 11? Okay. Fine. It's a reinforced, yeah. Oh, shit. It's taking a lot longer than I thought. Oh. Alright. Let's make the machines now. Alright. It's definitely in the morning. Alright. So, probably gonna need to tap silicon node. There was others up there too. It's iron. Oh shit! What was up there? Electricity tool. Need water tool. Alright. I really need a map to show me where that's at. Or pointer, I should say. Pointier. Can't remember what's up here. Very cold. A fucking coal everywhere. Oh, fuck yeah, bud. Wrong button. Really? Huh. This one turned off. We should be maxed out. Fine. I'm not bitching. Because basically should be out of power unless I have all three tapped on. Okay. Gotcha. Cool. That's why we have more power. Awesome. Right on, right on. Because before we have 5 drills on 2 jennies, which takes up 10,000, they produce 10,000, so this sounds good. Damn it. Freaking came down and pressed the trigger button. Anxiety, dude. Oh, I was fucking repairing the sign. Shit. Yeah. Whoops. Sure all these guys are good. That's a big hitbox for the sun thing. Yeah, it should not be highlighting. Yeah, that's a real tall hitbox in the sign. Did they not check that? Interesting. Okay. But all of them look good, so it's fine. Sweet. Doing animals. Gotcha. Alright. How's thy silica coming to thy glass? How good it is 1-to-1. Ooh. What I want to do is make the roof out of glass. Probably gonna need a fuck ton of epoxy too. Look at my low one. Glasses will take 20. Holy shit. Nice. Hey. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yikes. That's acres big time. Don't need aluminum. That's fucking true. Don't need to put glass over top of that. Okay. Oh yeah, the crop plots. Probably where the lightning struck or something. It's pretty crazy. one left here. Is it like under here? Do it. That's what the bed's in. Figures it's offset. Yeah, it's working good. Too much for lining the wood up anymore. A lot of fucking glass. Any silica? Sweet! Burn that shit up. It's nutty how much. Well. Whew. Whew. Some in there. Please be super full. Oh my god. Hoarders hate me. Like, not so much hate, but it's just like, yeah, you hate me being a hoarder, but you love me when you need shit. Damn. And just get that down there. I know I could put another electric furnace up. Kind of like, where though? I think I could put them both right there. Have more cabinets here. Yeah. More cabinets. More cabinets. Oh. I don't think so. But we won't need electricity. Actually, big deal. Ouch. That was pretty. Oh. Just get the glass upstairs. What we needed. Yeah, we're gonna move shit around and learn where stuff goes. Facing's gonna be epoxy. In actuality, the bottom ones don't really need the extra buff. It's that water box. Just the top ones are. Tell me repair first. I don't have a piece for it, so there's no need to repair it. Weird. This is all for you, Azus. We don't need the lights. That's it. And actually it saves us power too. Raining through. So many things seem to have gotten some damage. Hi, game. Yeah. I think I know what I'm going to be doing with the sulfur. Epoxy. I already saw all these. There. Sounds good. Yep, already out of the box. Oh. I'd be right that those will take less. 12 epoxy. I mean, that's super rich on the iron part. Alright. Should floors and sweet. Alright. Let's see. Technically, I should be able to run it off at once. Oh, that's nice. Really? Interesting. Alright, so the plates, check poster, water pump, crap pots, out. Done. Hmm. Definitely brightened. May not need any lights. Alright, so the composter is 1,500. The other is 2,500, so it's 4,000. Now, electric stove I know is 1,000, but that's running off the fridge stumps. Oh, it doesn't matter, they're still taking power. Well, that's shit. Alright. That should not be. That one was on. Huh. Oops. Oh, done that anymore. It's brightening up in here, though. Saying that. If they're wired up, it should not. If they're off, it shouldn't be drawing power. I mean, does a regular light bulb that isn't on drawing power and cost? There we go. That's not on, that's drawing power, so that. There. Last going. Reset, week. Reset. That way. Grabbed all the epoxy I could find. Oh, fuck yep. $100 that up. 200 really? It's singing away like crazy. Five. Oh, yeah, glass. It's like, what are we left on? There. That. That. That rest. That's. Wait. Peaceful. He's gone. get glass out of here. Back seat. And rough. Definitely brighter. Alright. Alright. Woodtown. Accept. Have enough air or sap. Yep. Cool. Drop in. All of them. Oh. Can't touch it. Can't go through the glass. Got door in. That would do it. Got doors everywhere. It was like 1,300 some glass. It was ridiculous. For silk, That's a lot. Okay. Stuck there? Guess so. Okay. Now, let's pass. For 5. What are we on now? Oh, iron. Let's fix the map. 380 ought to fix that. Think we made that. 3. Oh, 2, 3. 3 windows. Yeah. But I'm there. We just need more glass. All that shit. We'll run out of epoxy before we do iron. Here. That. That's. That. That. Get out of here. Yes. On the left. There. By the door. I'm running. Ooh. Feel low. Class. Makes sense. That's right. Has to go look weird from up there. Oh, yeah. CPU full ballistic there. Yep. All that. The well, technically don't need that thing. Fucking roof is glass. Like now, time to move the crop plots on the stone. Yeah, that's not fun at all. No, one bit. Get all the way down. See you sleeping. Big glass there. Big glass roof. Glass stairs would be weird. Plus 50% wind resistance. 2,500, and the stone is 2,500. Just as strong as stone, man. Glass. How much epoxy? Wow. We have 275. 240 would be 20 pieces? What the fuck you mean required water? No, 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 no. Why is it out of water now? What the fuck is that not having power? Guns run out? Yep, had to. Bridges are out. Yeah. Hopefully those glass pieces are reinforced. If not, we're making more glass. That. The only thing I didn't check when it came back in. Oh, that wasn't even on. I see, we'll turn this one. Just thinking of a word to tap that into. Why is that not having any spots? Wow. I think they overestimate the ability of what people can do. Alright, so that's lights. That's that's getting done. Alright, all that is on the lights. It should be more than enough to satisfy things. Should be able to see the lightning from down below. Crop plot's in the way. Turn that back on. Hitting. Saw that one. Okay, some footage. Bridges have power and oh, bacon. The dust bacon? Gaming meats. They're extreme. Other meats are in here. Something's filled up. Now we need lights. Just hope some of those glass pieces shown durability would be thing. Hopefully they all got buffed up before the power ran out. Yeah, I don't know if a normal piece of glass has that much durability or not. If this doesn't get water, then they're not, you know, super duper pieces. Yeah. As axes, that's 4 pieces, so only 10, so it's not too bad. Considering. Oh. Want it in there? That's doing the wrong way. Sure. And make sure it turns yellow before, you know. May have cut out right after it got done, I don't know. There. Don't need those 4 pieces being done. On. Oh. Good. Be funny to have a glass stairway. These do not need to be done because they basically go to an empty spot. Hmm. Do that. A little bit of light there. Daytime, not too bad. Okay, so under just tap everything together because basically that's on its own. That's using up what it's putting out. This not so much, and probably this not so much. Um, that's better. Oh, there it is. Down there, now for his fridges, I gotta work fast on that shit. Real bright. I don't. light stuff, so oddly enough to do that. I need it, but you know, you have to have them on. That one's but pretty much now everything is plumbed together. That's on a solar panel, and that won't. We don't need that on all the time. And that's 1500. That's fucking. That's on a solar panel. Fridges are good. Awesome. Did you get water? Awesome. Nope. Really. Can't wash my hands. Get another water pump. I guess. We got a drill going. Water pumps and the electronics and screws. Got me the damn sun. Have a special steel. Burn through first. And we did. That's 2-4. Right after I picked it, I saw the one there with the 3, and I'm like, oh. Alright. I guess it's yeah, that's honest. Am I not seeing them? Where? Whatever. Double double. Everything is water now. Yeah, wash my hands. Power. Finally water that. Kind of could water those, but 500 water, half pump, half a pistol grip pump, man. Might be enough. Yeah, that's coming down. 10. There's 12. Not enough. And the rest. They might break it. Don't even need it down here. Sweet. More generators. Yeah, that would do it. I didn't get water. Full. Awesome. Go transfer generator. And one epoxy. Couple missions would definitely get enough for everybody. Lights, yeah. Sounds good. We need to work at night. Turn the lights on. That's kind of the benefit of just having, say, one gen just for lights. You can turn that gen on and off. Still do it. Not in the world. The only tie-in is pretty much right into there. Okay, we lost that connection there. Here. So that's power. Yeah. Any people that know how to play games, design games, good to go. Because this top one that basically for the lights, in case something needed power off of it. Doesn't have any caps on it. Got one there. That is all the way around. As I wasn't sure what anyone wanted to build, but seems like after I told them it's not really, so much you can build what you want, but just don't destroy anything that I build, just out of respect. This is my open world, not yours. You can play in it, enjoy things, but it's mine. You make one, I'll give you the same damn respect. You don't give me the respect, why should I give you the respect? Respect is earned, not given. Feel that. Trust me. Yeah. Running into the sun. Alright. What's it going to now? Tap off of that. Ah. Want stuff to good. Too much now. Taps crossed here. And yeah. Alright. Yeah. That connects. Take the water off it. So, the water connect. There you go. Oh, thank you. Yay. Got water too. That doesn't need it. Have power. All into ones. Good. Power. Get that out of there. Power. Turned off. Because I was hooked up into the light area, so that. It's fine. Solar. So, what's this? I mean, 1,500 each, that's 3,000. Solar does 5? Yeah. There's actually 2,000 left on. say they could be for flights, but would be a lot. I'd rather have enough made than make it as I need it, what I wanted to say. Make is enough that I need, but not more. So basically 18 because we were 9 long, 2 rows. 19. Super. 7. Get back to making it. Yeah, it's more packs. Oh, not really. It would have took more. So 7, we needed 18, 14, 12, 240 glass. We have enough epoxy and iron. Maybe not. Oh. Number on the right is what we need. Irons, we have that. Epoxy's evidently not. 100 more. Yeah, that'd be 19. 7 will do. Zero. Used to be. I had one left over. And that was 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's 6. Oh. That's what you get for assuming we're 6 by 9. And of course, minus 1 for that. So 6 times 2, that was 12, 13. Basically, just need 6 more. It's not bad. If I have the epoxy, that can be quickly achieved. Stone floors, cool. We need all the wooden floors. Free wood. Okay. Wood's good. Don't need that shit. One AM. It's bright in here. One way to get some animals. Should say epoxy. Speaking of animals. Bunch of animals. I can't believe turn all that sulfur into fucking epoxy. Quicker and easier, man. Not cheaper though. Okay. Where's our sights? Ah. Roundabout way of getting there, so it's alright. Do that shit. Ah. Fine. Need the water and electricity tool. That it all. Dude. What the There's a rabbit. Hey, dude. Huh? Being heard that. Gotta make things safe for people. That's still going. Put my ear up to it. There it is. Really, dude? Not even done yet, man. Come on. Or early to the party, man. Just a bit bit nipply early. Down, brown. Okay. Where's the mission? What is going on? Fucking. Bullshit. Well, the mission should disappear. Okay, come on over here then. Crowded there. Oh, huh. Oh, the stuff on the left disappeared. Weird. If I pressed a wrong button or something. Good. But that was weird with the mission stuff disappearing. Weird. Doing the exact same spots. Doesn't happen that often. That was nice. The thing is random. Then how's it going, Aston? How are things? Things are going good. How are things with you? Doing fine? Awesome. Dark when the lights are on. A glass house. Lights on. See? Hey. Oh, I love silicon. Amount of glass? I only have some more. Oh, okay. A little bit of that. From a reward. Thanks. 8 furs. That for the epoxy, it's kind of what we did the mission. And a little bit of sulfur. Oh yeah, ups. There you go, man. Winning the raffles. Still has issues. Didn't finish up all the bones. So I took it down to 30 seconds every 15 minutes. And there'll be some roll-ins, but because it's only 2 minutes an hour, 3 minutes prevents roll-ins. But also, paying streamers that run ads works good too. And it's not so much, well, who cares if it's going to fake people or not? Fucking pay people. You're getting paid to sell airtime. If a TV commercial runs in a house and no one's in the room to watch it, do they still get paid? Yeah. Cracks me up about how some people think and shit. But we want to make sure that they're going to real viewers, not artificially inflated viewership, meaning fake accounts. Not really fake accounts, more than one account from one household. That's what they're talking about. That's careful. I just needed to pay up to 3080. After that, I didn't give a shit. Second big one. I mean, whatever, we got a fuck a ton of that. It'll just disappear after a while anyway, so don't care. Fine. Yeah, close YouTube, shoot. Sure. Like I was trying to say true and sure at the same time, and it came out true. True. True and sure. Alright, so pump the glass there, the beginning. Alright. It's dark in the house, go to bed. Fortunately, can't. Oh shit, we can. Ha ha. Alright. You can find it in the right spot, you can tag it from underneath. So at least you can see it. Nice. And I did not bring the epoxy with me. So basically we glassed the roof and some of the floors. But obviously shine light downward. That's good. Preset. What the fuck epoxy do? Did I put it in the wrong shit? I think we have enough. What the fuck did the epoxy do? I threw that out. Fucking made it, but it's tree sap. Alright, that's weird. Got me. Weird. Huh. It has water, so it's not in there. Weird. Unless for some reason I already put it into them. Fido. Like down pause, go too fast and kind of forget what you're doing. Stone pops up on top and wood falls down below. Oh, it's like 3 more? That's not bad. Now we do walls. Yeah, now we're done. Honestly, if I can get the durability for something, that's pretty fun. If I can get the durability for something and fix it from 2 blocks away, I should be able to enter that same bench. Let's press the wrong button. Damn it. That's how close I had to be to enter. Same. That worked out. Without the hammer, I was able to, as soon as it lit up, I was able to access it. So that's 20 and 12, yeah, same recipe as the floors. So technically, don't need that. Makes a nice sound when it breaks. Alright, so what wall do we want to do first? I'd say out here. So can't see out this way. I know if with a window there that would work, I get that. But if you put too many windows, then shit gets storm exposure. So no. Doing that. Yeah, could do sulfur into that. Rather not. Went around pounding for sulfur. Alright. Let's see what the next mission stuff is. Working hard, crafting tools. How hard are we talking? Talking here. I see my mission stuff is not on. Get what button I pressed by accident. I don't see the mission stuff. Okay. I pressed a conjunction of buttons. I was trying to press R. I guess I hit a button that didn't work right or something. Going in. The thing that gets me with the ad revenue stuff is there's a Twitch channel. It's not partnered. It's affiliate. runs videos 24/7. I think they only play 30 seconds every half hour. They have around 200 people in there all the time. Technically, some of those could just be dummy accounts. Don't know. Evidently, Twitch doesn't see that happening on that channel because they're still getting ads. I also kind of wondered if it was just too many ads at too low a viewership. You know, if it's just me watching basically my own profile, not even watching it, it's Chroma's off and everything that like I'm the only one in chat. Then there's mission stuff. Cool. I'm the only one in chat that even if I'm not watching my own stuff, the broadcaster seems to count as a viewer now. Because I had it before, it was just myself, Boobot, and Stream Elements. All that was in here. And as soon as I started the stream up, it said one viewer. I didn't even have Chrome on yet on my ends. Nothing to view my own account, and it said one viewer like instant. One curious. So they're mucking around with a bunch of stuffs. Screwing out the smaller affiliates and not caring about what the bigger affiliates do. Oh, nice. There. So 31, damn. Going on those carrots. That ought to help them out a little bit. Get all glass walls, you'd be able to see through all that. Really? I just have to abort that mission. What's up? I'm gonna get a drink. Plenty of time. Have shorts. Thank you much, Aston. Try this again. Hi, carrots. I was waiting for it to crash first. I was wondering what the fuck is that? Oh yeah, reward. Okay. We already have that. Have a good amount of wood at the moment. Crossbow and some iron bolts. Always break those down. We already have a better crossbow. Level up. 15,000 experience. Way to level up, guys. Oh, he is. Use that water. This one I disconnected. There's that. It's that'll work. That's absence out of the fresh mushrooms. The ungrown ones, I should say. At times I separate these out. 2 per spot is basically it goes through 2 fertilizers through most of 1 growth cycle, so that's hydroponic plot wasn't really what it was cracked up to be. Good stuff coming back on that. Sounds good. And we have a cabinet full of weapons from the mission. I wish they get rid of the quest items thing because they won't combine, and if you do get other stuff from a quest item, this was from a mission. So were these. They call that one a quest item. All same shit, just different determination. Try that. Oh, cool. Real close. Condition. That's good. Don't need iron on me. No epoxy on me. Can you? How's it going, AJ? Morning to you. Really? Fire again, man. Just keep firing. That's both for your leg again. Gotcha, man. Hopefully that clears up easy for you. Hopefully it's a short stay. Good one, dude. 4 dudes. They have cleared out the fucking forest. That's funny. Might be a guy there. That might. Another guy there. 1, 2, 3. Get those 3 at least. Run across the forest. Yeah. Or at least get the epoxy off these guys. Bones. pretty weird shin bones on those guys. Get under 4 bones. Where was it going? Cool. Um, Here. I don't want to go too far, thinking I might overshoot them. Okay, now just find the fourth dude. It's always last to be found. Out of 4, obviously. Kind of wondering if he's up there. Could really get a great look at it from the lookout area. Oh, so we already got that dude. I swear we did. Yeah, we got that. And then went over here. There's actually only 3 bodies, so once you get all 3 and then... Okay. So I was thinking there might be another dude up here or something. Fine, as long as it works. Get back up here and look. Mouse. So basically that guy there. You doing, Wolfie? Really? Now you're dead. Alright, so there's that guy there. That guy there, which was confirmed again. Then that guy there. I came back to that guy, and I found the 4th ID. Figure. You pay the toll. Now you pay the toll. Tolls on your bridge now too? Bridges everywhere. Go on, bunny. He's like, what? Oh, he's dead. That one would have missed a bunny. If it was a bunny. And the auto hit thing isn't that great, but I cleared out some trees. But you can see that was a lush forest. It was a lot better now. Bolt's better. I thought it was. Oh, it's across the island. Oh, across the water. Sorry. Got an extra water pump. Found out that we can daisy chain generators, but you can hook all of them up to the same line. You can do that. Really? Still? 15 to 50. Gotta go. And it's zipping. uh, Melee damage attachment, primate attachment, big fair chest armor, platinum wave. I'll take this. Don't need the stone though. Don't need your stoners, hippie. That's a big fish. That was the little baby deer sitting in the water. Oh. That turned off, I was wondering. Alright. That in there, that. That. Get you down fur babies. Leather. That in there. Not a problem, Aston. Have a good one, dude. I'll catch you later. Thank you for stopping in. I do appreciate it. Right. A little more sap there. That's fine. Need more glass. We can get more glass. Oh yeah. Lots of steps. Lots of fucking T-bones. That's good. Fucking A right. That's good. Yeah. I'm gonna change these furnace locations out so they're just right there. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, blast you. Thank you. It's so hot. Like glass beams too. It takes zero glass. Crazy. With the glass house going, you know, you make windows. It's like, yeah, right, I can, but that's the storm damage in, then it hurts things. Here if I can't shoot through it. Want to see what's going on. Yeah, I need to clean the windows. When you have the repair tool, you get a reflection. Since they said that's intended. Does have a glass door too. Ah, excuse me. Looking for stuff to make epoxy, that's all. Owner's there. That'll work. We've got enough lights. Hey, well, it's not bad. Yeah. Iron and epoxy for a glass beam. Right. Ouch. Took all the glass. That dang old tree site plane. Epoxy there. That's cool. Got little epoxy balls. Epoxy balls. Epoxy, epoxy. Yeah. Yeah, I know those weird. Fine. See through it. Alright. Look out there without actually going out there. Still enough to do that one. Ooh. Last house, man? That's just solid wall behind there, so you don't need to do that one. Oh, it all. Probably it. Got there. One more. One left, and then we'll do the last door. Much of a difference there. That is only a 15%. These do just fine without the perk. Yeah. Next we'll have solar roof panels. No shrubs? Shrubs. No deer? Deer. Got it. 6 shots later. And prep through those. Pattern. Just some fun. Okay, sounds good. Seems to storm us over. Not a lot in there. Here. You really just gonna put another one right there? Dude. Why not? Why the fudge not? Look, I think I'm kind of light. Pretty dark in here. It. A little bit of light going on. Super bright. Really need that. But get sunny enough out. Don't really need them on anyway. Yes, next. Alright. It's good. Titanium can go there. Fine. I have one just for iron and for all the big shit. Yeah, kind of the big wonder would be is animal see you through the glass wall. Okay, that's not even have it windowed. But at least you can clearly see out and shoot something. Neat. Crazy eyeballs. Itch. Yeah, it's fine enough. It's wrong button. A little bit of difference. That looks weird with the piping just smacked onto the window there. Fine. It's a glass wall up there. That would be next. And totally forgot about these. But there's enough light. That. Why is that really? Is that not getting enough? Not on the same line? What I do? Lose a line or something? Reloading back in or what? Fuck. That has to. As let's go into it. Ah. Plus, when I took that other line out, it disconnected everything. Probably did. Weird. Whole thing, all power. Hell yeah. Yeah, doing that whole line off the around the corner must have taken something off the main line here. Okay. Well, yeah. Didn't notice it when I was dismantling stuffs. That's fine. Seems good. Saved. Little.